Good morning. Hello, welcome. I'm Ren Farnell. I work at UX is Fine as a technical designer, and recently we've been producing a game. We're shipping it to Steam. We're going to be doing all kinds of things. So let's have a look at the checklist, and I'll give you a quick rundown of that. So, boop, and shrink that down. Okay, so we have a ton of stuff to do. Some of the things that we're going to be doing on the stream include Steam achievements, settings, localization, doors and hallways. We've got to lock the computer room. We've got a bunch of levels that we need to make in a liminal space game. And today I'm going to be polishing up a couple of things. So I'm going to be adding the double vision teleport mask, because we have an issue where, like, when we teleport through, if there's fog in the target anomaly level, then you just immediately see it and it clips in and it looks horrible. So I'm going to be focusing on making that better by doing some kind of visual bloom effect on the eyes through post-process. We also have a bug where the room teleport IDs are wrong, so when you exit an anomaly, so this is one of the non-office rooms. It's just an example level. So when we exit this, we end up falling out of the world, and the teleport position is actually lower on this map than it is in the actual game. So let's fix the bug with the teleport position first. So we have an anomaly entrance. Let's go unlit here. We'll just jump in. We'll just get started. We'll just crack on. We've got loads of stuff to do. So here we have a... Wow, I've got a really itchy nose. Okay, so here we have... Why have I got such an itch? Oh my god, it's like I've got... Just like killing the stream with bodily functions. Okay. Let's do this. Alright. So we have a 200 unit tall. We pretty much should probably have it at 0, 0 here as well. Okay, so 0, 0, 200. Now if we go to our PCG anomaly entrance level, I do actually have one in here, but it just doesn't work. So what we did is we placed it manually in here. So we can see here that this isn't the right position. And I feel like, as well, it may not be facing the right direction. There is another thing that I needed to do, because we don't need these in the PCG. We do have, I think it's a level loading volume that we also don't need in our PCG level. We do need to block the player from the rear. So we still get that, which means it was facing that direction, which means the blocker, I think, needs to go on this end. I basically just need to block the player from exiting this. So we'll start there and we'll convert this back to a PCG. So asset actions, create PCG asset. We're going to overwrite this one. Should be good. Let's jump over back to one of our anomaly levels. Go to this one. Look at that. Okay, so it's just the case of cleaning and generating these. So this one comes out in this direction, or should come out in that direction. Yeah, and then so these back ends should be blocked. That's good. Okay, we'll save that. I currently have an issue where I have to keep duplicating these because I don't have enough anomaly levels. But we'll see. So 1, 2, 3, save. Okay, let's go back to the dungeon. Pop this open. Just hit play. A little bit of a loading section that I need to resolve there. You can see the dungeon being generated, so I need to put the player in a black cube. Currently I kept the arrow visible in the teleport corridor, so I know when to expect a teleport to happen. This is just a dead end. Let's go this way. It's going. It's going. Here we go. So we should walk through this. We end up in a new corridor. You see the little lighting blink there, and that's due to the lumen updating on the other end. But I'll tell you what, the teleport position was fixed because we didn't spawn in the floor, basically, which was an issue from the last session. So we go through a horrible dark forest and we get to this end and we're back in the facility. Now the arrow's facing the wrong way, which means we're probably going to come back out in the direction that we were before. Yeah, and this is the double-ended corridor. So that's an issue. Let's go to our teleporter. I'm going to ask if this is equal to end. I'm just going to put a little thing in for the basically for the player rotation. So here we do this control rotation, but essentially I want to combine split, select. If I walk through, if my tags are equal to end, then I want to rotate you 180 degrees. Because otherwise you end up walking in the wrong direction. Got some real bad aches today. One thing that I'm not really happy about with the dungeon generator is that there's not multiple corridors coming off of rooms right now. Just kind of, there we go. Okay, the other thing is that this room can actually be rotated, but it shouldn't matter too much because you'd basically come out of the other end, hopefully. So you're walking into the arrow. Right, so now we should be on the other end. Yeah, so I don't recognize this. This is new. Okay, so that worked well enough. Right, I think that's where I came from. I do want to add a post-it note feature. Okay, so we're coming in this time from the arrow end. But I think they're just going to see a brick wall. That's not good. So we still have an issue there. Hello? Sounded like a calendar notification. Oh, right, yeah, because I'm streaming at 9 AM, which I already am. So, yeah, we have an issue there. Okay. I'm going to do a couple of tests just to validate a theory. So I'm just going to jump in here. I think this is the anomaly rooms. Okay, so yeah, for example, you enter this one from this end. See, that's not going to work, so I just ruined the generator. Luckily, we still have one facing our direction. I think it was over here. I'm obviously completely wrong. Oh no, it is over there. Apparently that wasn't a dead end. Looked like a dead end to me. Anyway, so when we come in from this side, I presume we'll be walking backwards, and we'll be hitting the brick wall. Yeah. So that's the second problem. What I need to do on the PCG anomaly entrance is for this rotation here 90. Or at least, does it have a tag? We get actor data. I'm going to need to go to the anomaly one to see some data. So here I want to get a single point, and hopefully it has the tag. Yeah, it just has the word start. So what I could do, branch. How do I set, output to B here? I don't really need to do that. I'm going to add, so we're going to add to the rotation.z 180 degrees. And we will basically pick A output B. It's weird. I see. I think. So here you would do. Here you would do this, or maybe this. 1 second, I'll be right back. It's my son waking up, so good morning everybody, welcome to the stream. We are creating a game. I like your videos. Hey Yunus Haddad, welcome. Thank you for liking the videos. We are on Twitch and YouTube, currently going for affiliate on Twitch. Needs to have concurrent viewership. And on YouTube, I plan to be uploading some shorts soon, hopefully. I need to see if I can get a fated meeting with Procedural Minds, because he has some great shorts and he's getting great traction on them, and I'm interested in what his approach is there. So I need to find a way to get in contact with that guy, which I will do at some point. But anyway, yeah, so our YouTube will be shorts and videos. Our Twitch will be where we are aiming for affiliate. Okay, so currently we're building a liminal space game. And I'm just going through the whole process. So some days are slow, some days are good, some days are bad. No day is a 0 day. That's kind of the rule. So here we have an output to B. I want to... I want to ask if it has, like, if equals. So this here, can I do, this is all math. There's a palette somewhere. Let's open the palette. Basically, I want to output to be if we have the data. Attribute bitwise. So I'm going to say here, if end, because of course sometimes end is not a value. Cannot find the property end, so you should go to 1. And so if we go to the other PCG, oh, we're outputting on both. That's wonderful. Do I have 2 pieces of data? Oh, it crashed. That is unfortunate. Let's get back into engine, because we need that engine to be open in order to work. It's already getting warm, which is ridiculous. Although I am drinking a cup of tea, so. There is that. There is that. Okay, so back in our PCG that probably wasn't saved. Awesome. Probably just close these off. Okay, so we get the actor data of self, single point, has tag, hash attribute, hash attribute, tags to data attribute. That's interesting. What does that do? Map between an input tag to output tag. Can use source to keep the name. If empty, copies everything. Okay, well, tag. Replace tags, add tags, filter data by tag. This could work, and then our tag end, and then add, operation add. We want to do point rotation dot z add 180. Put this down here, and otherwise we'll do this. And so also we do still need to transform this. It says that we need to create a single point. That's basically the logic at the moment. We create a point, we move it upwards, and then we don't do anything. So I would really like a... Let's just go find out how you do a branch in PCG, because I think we're missing something in PCG right now. So let's go PCG branch by tag UE5. Tag filtering on PCG, managing actor tags. Can I do select? You have input B here. I guess this isn't too bad. I could technically just do this. But in fact, I wouldn't even need to do the add here. I'd just transform it differently. I should just say here -90. But the position should be an absolute offset, so it should be at 0. Oh, wait a second. No, it should be local. Let's have a look at what happens. Get this disgusting thing, and then we'll just make sure that we're absolute scale. Okay, so I think I need to flip my logic. Okay, so this one's arrow faces out of here. This one's arrow should face in, which is all good. However, However, I do wonder. I mean, no, it should be fine. So now we just alter the teleporter. So what we're at least doing now is we're saying you're always going to enter the end from the direction the arrow is facing. You're always going to enter the start room in the direction the arrow is facing. You should never go the other way. That would always be a problem. I guess if I enter the start from the back here, I could have a little Easter egg where there's a thing in the game right now where you get teleported into this volume, and obviously we turn this volume off, otherwise it triggers, and then you get teleported back again. And you can just walk backwards, and you can walk all the way over to here, and then if you walk back in again, you just teleport directly into the regular corridors again, and you've missed the whole thing. If you were to then walk into this point, I would say that you need to go to the end. So you would travel over here and you'd end up looking in the same direction, right? So you'd come out here and you could walk this way. If you were to land here and then just walk backwards and then walk into it again, you'd come out the opposite side of the dungeon. So that's kind of a neat, I like it as an Easter egg where it's like you teleport to an anomaly and maybe you can tell this isn't the one you want. But I think what I'm going to do, I think what is probably a better idea is that better idea here. If the player's in the corridor and they walk into the rear of the arrow, I want to consider that as teleport to start. So they'd end up on one end of the anomaly. If the player enters from this end, they're going to the end. And I already rotate them 180 degrees. Okay, so let's go and open up the teleporter. Just double check the logic here. So fix the look at rotation after the teleport. We have this little look rotation. We're taking the actor transform of this teleporter and we're inversing whatever the player's control rotation was. And then we're getting the target's transform and we're rotating it into its rotation. But the target, the target is either start or end, and we have this facing forward logic. So when we enter the rear, we're facing forward. We want to end up at the start. If we're in reverse and we're not facing forward, we want to get the end. The end point. So this is all good. It's not active. We have an end overlap here. And what I wanted to do was try and basically get the actor location. Get the actor's forward vector. Get the direction. Get the unit direction to myself. Do a dot product. What I want to do is not deactivate if you walk out the back of the spawner. So if I'm in the dungeon and I touch this end, I'm going to end up at this direction, but this direction of the end room and I walk along. So the dot product that I would need to test is that you exited -1. So you need to at least run select on here, which is just based on our teleporter here. We just ask if the tag is equal to end. It's not going to work. So we have a select here. When I walk out of the volume, is the dot product between my position in front of the teleporter to get unit direction vector from me to them? Yeah, it should be more than 0. And then when you come in from the end, we want it to be less than 0. And we're just going to print activated here. Activated. Cool. I'm going to go into my dungeon generator actually and just unhook a bunch of stuff. So this is the dungeon generator. If you hit play, it simulates you a style of dungeon. I'm just going to only have corridors with anomalies, and that's going to make testing a lot quicker for today, because we're going to do a lot of stuff with the anomaly rooms. I don't want all the extra corridors. Hey, Zero to Game Dev, afternoon, buddy. Hope you're well. Hope you're well. I'm just going to repeat you. Afternoon, buddy. Hope you're well. Yeah, I'm doing alright. I'm trying to finish this game. I think, judging on the trajectory or the time it's taking, you know, a couple of hours a stream, Monday to Thursday. I'm on 6 now. I've got 7 and 8. Wednesday, Thursday this week. Actually, is it already Tuesday? Is it already Wednesday? It's hump day, my dudes. So yeah, based on the trajectory, I mean, I've got today and tomorrow, so this is the 2 days that I was hoping for. I mean, we should technically be on 7 and 8. I guess I missed a day. It was last Monday. I didn't get a chance to stream. It was just too busy. Or maybe it was Monday this week. Either way, one of these days I didn't stream. I am currently making a liminal space game. It's based on the game jam that I did a few weeks ago. And I'm going to ship it to Steam with settings, localization, all the bells and whistles, achievements and such. So that's what we're going to see on the stream. I think that based on the trajectory, it's probably going to take until the end of September. Because we have... The hardest part is going to be the rooms. Maybe not. Maybe the rooms will be simple. I mean, they're liminal, so I got some tools that allow me to create PCG-based rooms really quickly, which is cool. But a lot of it is going to be about creating odd, weird, unsettling spaces with artwork. So that bit's going to take a while. Here right now, we're fixing some teleporter logic so that we can't sort of exploit the game. I'm going to go test this. What we need to do is just give this one a wiggle, and then sadly... Actually, I'm going to go and fix the room select. Which is called staircase in this case. Actually, no, it's not. It's a dungeon. BP_dungeon. Impressive for a stream built game nearly at 1,000 subs as well, just based off live streams. Yeah, I know, right? It's slowed down quite a bit. I think I need to do a lot more shorts. I think doing the shorts really bumped up the visibility. So I do need to go back and do the shorts. That's going to be an important part of the process here. I just don't have time to make videos. I do, I suppose, but this is a streaming project. Like, we want to learn about streaming, I guess. we don't want to make videos for some reason. I would. I proposed that very early on at the project, but we're just doing streaming. And we're doing shorts in order to pull people into the streams. So, okay, so checking my messages there. Okay, so we have this anomaly level loader. Currently, we're asking if the index is valid, and if it isn't, we quit. What I want to do is, if the index isn't valid, then we'll just use index 0. What we'll do is move some of this over. So we'll take all of this. We'll just put this over here. Promote this to a local variable. L level name. Doing level streaming. We'll take this. If it is valid, then we'll use it as the name. If it's not valid, we'll use this as the name. And then we'll spawn it. Cool. So that should fix the problem where I keep having to duplicate these bloody levels. Let's go back to the dungeon and generate it. Even my shorts are like low engagement, to be honest. One thing that I'm investigating right now is whether producing an entire game is going to be of value to the stream, or if it's too long form content. I noticed yesterday on Twitch especially that I ended up with like 10-12 viewers. Like, it was really good. I mean, in comparatively speaking, 10 or 12 is good. It doesn't grow linearly either. It grows in spikes. It's like I'll have 2 or 3 for the longest time, and then I'll have like 10. And I suppose there's like raids that are involved in that. I don't think people are specifically following the channel. I think they're just coming across the channel. So I feel like permanent content is still the best way to grow your viewership, to have people discover you. So the shorts help with that, and they're like the comparatively easier format to produce than full videos, like 4 or 5 minute videos. And also, I just don't want to do tutorials where I tell people what to do. I don't. There's enough of that out there. There's great creators that do that, so why would I do that? Yeah, anyway. Dungeon. Play. I need to solve that start level. Like, yeah, I can see stuff. Sometimes this corridor is dark, which I find hilarious. It's just the way it is. I don't know, let's go this way. Taking a gamble. Gamble did not pay off. Let's try this way. Okay, so we got a teleporter. The concept is, when I walk through the end here, I'll end up at the end location on the other end, looking in the same direction, basically. Cool. So in that direction right now is a dead end. In this direction is a landscape. I did not see the word activated. So if I touch this, I'm just going to go and do a quick debug here. So the dot product to me exiting the rear, yeah, so it needs to literally be, well, I need to just flip these. I need to learn this, right, so I've got an arrow, this helped me learn this I get these dot products the wrong way around every time, and even tutorials I find online that use them, use dot products sometimes. Like, they're just like, oh yeah, you know, if you've got it the wrong way around, just flip the things. It's like, no, I want to know how I get the direction that I want. So I'm saying, get the actor's location's direction to the player, which in this case is behind me, which returns a dot product originally of 0.07, which was the wrong way around, because that was getting the direction from the player. The dot product forward vector was in that direction, my player was facing that direction, but I still had 0.07 because it was reporting the direction of the player as the same direction. Now, that was when I was getting it from the player to the actor, which is really weird. So I'm getting a unit direction vector now from my actor to the player, which is that direction, which makes more sense. It's like, yeah, he's over there, my forward facing direction is this way, that will be negative. So from me to the player, yeah, would be reverse. So that's better. And then if my actor's facing the same direction as the player and I look that way and I say, what's the direction to the player? It's like over there, and then I dot product the same direction. It's a 1, right? It's a 1. I use it all the time. Okay, in this case, we're going to be on the start side. So it should be a false, because the tags should be corridor. That's fine. And then here, if I walk backwards, this should be false, because I walked out the back of the teleporter. So in this case, I was prompted to go in that direction, but I didn't. So I come over to a black wall. That's okay. Because I still haven't activated the teleporter, I can just walk straight through it. And now it will get activated because I'm walking in the right direction. And so now if I walk through the teleporter, I actually end up back in the facility, which is intended. So that's cool. And then if I just run straight through... Oh. I guess if it's corridor, it just always needs to reactivate. So here is just an OR. But it doesn't matter which way you exit the corridor teleport, it will always activate after you exit so that you can go back in it. Otherwise we fail, quite literally. Have you been up to anything interesting with the game dev videos? Zero to game dev. One thing I was thinking of doing is that when you get close to one of these teleporters, the lights start to flicker, and the shorter the distance get, the more, then the lights will just turn off eventually, until you've teleported through, and then the lights turn back on. So I'm going to set that up real quick. There should be a lights manager in my level still. There's the PCG lights. And then there's the dungeon. And the outliner for these PCG lights has a tag. PCG lights. Save that. Just saves me hooking it up manually. Get actor tag. Event graph here. Run all this logic. I can just run this at the end here. Get all that. I can probably run it earlier. Call this custom event cache refs. Begin play here. We probably should run it at the end because we want to do it after the dungeon is done, probably. Custom event on loading complete. Yeah. I think one thing I need to do here is set loaded, but not visible. Okay, and then in the anomaly teleporter here, there's another box which is just called the lights box. That's just longer. The idea will be that when you first touch this box, the lights will have like a sine wave of like being on, off, or some sort of noise, hopefully. And then as you get closer, the lights are just like gonna turn off basically, and then essentially when you're in the other end, you'll trigger the exit, right? So on end overlap here, get actor class dungeon. We have a reference to the lights in here. I could just say PCG lights, but that doesn't work, which is why we get the dungeon. Okay, so lights, get the lights. I had a function somewhere that did turn off all the lights. In the pace manager here. So when we set the pace, array of static mesh components, lights. Okay. We also have this player position. I think I need this pace manager, but I'm going to rename it BP Light Manager. But I guess it could be called Pace Manager. Let's put this back in our level here. This is from the demo that I created So it's going to try and get all of the security cameras, which technically doesn't matter anymore. So drones, get all statics of corridor light just in case we have some, and then get the PCG lights here. So yeah, we could just hook that up. PCG lights, and now I can just get that from there. Really want to delete it? Yep. Okay, so back in the anomaly teleporter, we can get the pace manager. I can just write a new function in the pace manager. So here we have set pace. I can do custom event set lights material. This function here. Oh. So on end overlap, set lights material back to white. At event on begin overlap, I think it says white lower, but that looks black to me. Custom event flicker lights. So here we can flip-flop. This is a nice quick way of not having to store any variables yourself. So there is a variable in the back, but it's quite nice. So here we just do an AB, and we have whatever this is. Just light low. And so here I can say flicker lights, and also say overlapping is overlapping get player pawn. Another thing we should do is set collision enabled, select if the tag is corridor, that it has query, otherwise it's no collision. So nothing will happen if it's a corridor light. Nothing will happen if it's one from layer in the world. Begin play. Trigger that logic. So that's cool. Okay, now back down here, we're just saying, hey, we're still overlapping. Same with, well, I suppose I can just do this. Now what I need to do is set a timer. Set timer event. Create flicker. And select a time that's a mapped range. So it's like either very fast or very sort of like normal time, based on how far the player pawn is from get actor location from our location. So we can do distance. So based on the distance from whatever this will be, which if I just drag one into the world and then go into top down, I can find out what that distance is going to be. So basically from 0 to 600 or 0 to 500 or some range there, it's a 600 unit range. So what I could say is if the in range is say 100 units, it's 100 units, it should just stay off. Is what should happen. So we could do something like if this is less than 150 or light flicker direction, and we'll flip this knot each time. So now I'm not going to use the flip-flop basically. Each time the light flickers, we're going to switch the direction, and then we're going to branch based on whether if we're less than 150 or the light flickers. I could just say lights off, or the lights are off, then we set the lights to lower, and then here. This says lower, I'm going to rename it. Lights off, and then just fix the redirectors. Okay. And now, for my next trick, I shall perform node alignment. Okay, so let's have a look. We're going to keep repeating this from 100 to 600. The closer you get, the faster it gets. Okay, and so let's try that. This will be interesting. Wait a second, I've just realized something. Nope, I am doing it right, so yeah. For a second there I was like, wait a minute. Alright, click on the thing, walk through the door. Okay. This is the moment of truth. Access none from array lights. Wonderful. Why? Find references by name, lights, here add, corridor lights, and then also get the PCG lights instant static mesh. It's doing this on begin play. What I need to do is custom event init. It shouldn't init until the dungeon is generated, basically. BP dungeon, get actor class, pace, init, and that should happen when the loading is complete. So just do that there, and play again. So, little issue there. Okay, nice. Okay. What I might need to do, why are we caching the walls? I guess it's for the separate bit of the logic, but I'm gonna move it. What I think is happening is it's not generated. It's not fully generated yet. So I'm gonna move a few things around. I'm gonna run this after the PCG's or if the PCG's component is already generated, then we'll run it. Otherwise, if it has run, if it hasn't run, we're going to bind up to this, and then we're going to run this. If it has already run, we're just going to run this. Get rid of that. Let's try this. Check that PCG lights quickly. It does have an ism. It's an instanced static mesh component. Instanced static mesh component, cool. So now here we have an unknown. I find that really weird. But what happens if we just say like 5? See, now it's a correct asset. Do I just literally need to wait for a second? Yeah, it looks like it's just not cached correctly if I don't have a wait in there. And I think the generated complete is good, but then it's the component's not actually ready yet. Oh, it teleported. And that's cool. Let's update this distance to 250 and make this lights box a little longer. Hmm. 1 second is not even long enough for PCG to catch up. But that is pretty cool. Problem is, when you get to the other end, it's still flickering like mad. Okay, so that is a problem. Also, it doesn't look great. Gonna keep the logic, or keep some of the logic here. But instead of flickering lights, we're gonna try something else. So I'm gonna try a post-process effect. In fact, what I'm gonna do for now is set this to no collision on the lights box. I call it the effects box, because it depends if we do lights or we do post-process effects. What I want to do instead is on component begin, overlap if we're active, get the player pawn, set move, disable movement, disable input, maybe. Yeah, player character, disable movement temporarily, and then enable movement. Movement, reset movement, reset movement. How do I disable the movement quickly? Get player controller. Set ignore move input to true, and then reset ignore move input after the teleport has happened. This teleport is basically going to happen after a short delay. I'm going to do a visual effect where like the screen tears and then you end up in the new place. So not this one. I'm going to use this. Disable movement input. This just means that the player can't leave the volume, retrigger the volume, do anything like that while we play this essentially, ideally 1 second visual effect. Let's go make a funky visual effect. Control P, anomaly 1. Perspective. So sitting here, I'm going to stick a post process in here. Just going to make it unbound to the material and add an asset reference and then create that material. Doing that, I suppose. M underscore teleport, or I suppose it's PP underscore teleport effect. Material instance PPI. So from here, do some code. So this becomes post-process. If we apply that, we should just have a black screen. And if we get scene texture and just plug it in, post-process 0, we get our scene back. And then what we can do is we can do that twice and shift the UVs on them. So what we do is we add one, you get nothing. Yeah. You can see how we start to get an effect of like the screen sort of like tearing in ways that are not good for the player. So we're using the screen position viewport UVs. I think it will also work with regular UVs if I just apply that. So yeah, there's no difference there. But hey, you know, we're going to use the viewport UVs. I have a scalar called tear, which is just 0 for now. We'll have an append, because I only really want to do this on the x-axis. I'm not going to apply anything to the y-axis. And then we could 1 minus this for this one. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 1 minus it for this. Plug this into here. This just becomes 0.1 like that. Okay, so this might just need to be multiplied by -1. Yeah. So now as I increase this value, we get progressively more shifted UVs. However, it seems to only be in the x-axis. That's really weird. I basically want double vision at all times. Yeah, one to the left, one to the right. That's a really weird effect going on. Let's do one at a time. Just make sure that this is... Okay, so if I don't tear, we basically just move the UVs. I wonder if I can set the UVs to wrap. Yeah, no, that does not work. Okay. So we need... some sort of blending. I basically want to take the origin, shift it, This is what I want. I essentially, so the effect that I'm looking for is, you're in the corridor, right? This is, and as you get closer to the origin, the view is like splitting, and the origin visual is getting darker. The closer we get to, essentially, in this case, 0.2. So this divided by 0.2. So I just take the tear divided by 0.2. That gives us a percentage on the way to 0.2. And clamp it into a 0 to 1 range. Or just don't let it go below 0 or above 1. And then 1 minus that, maybe? Now these two views are going to become something different, which is a problem. After the teleport happens, so whiting it out might be a good idea. So basically you're in the corridor, you're at 0. You start getting closer to this, and it just like immediately whites out. Great. So at 0.2, that does need to happen. So all of them. That's not great. Need to go to the restroom. Okay, so I need to map this in 0 to 1 space. That's the first thing that makes sense. I need to sit up straight as well because my back is getting real bad. Okay, so at the moment when we transition this from 0 to 2, we're getting that happens. So what I want to do is actually just get a time sign, and that'll be for testing. So if I plug this in here, yeah, we're getting this effect. If I just plug this into the emissive, I should just get a white black. Multiply time here, slow it down. See if this bias helps us. Just go here. White, black, white. Okay, cool. So we have a slower moving sine wave for testing. So this is our 0 to 1. I'm just going to plug this into a named reroute that we'll call alpha. We can plug tear into alpha later if we want. So if we take the alpha, so say we have our regular emissive. First thing I want to do is multiply that necessarily by the alpha. I want to add the alpha to it. So it whites it out, so that's cool. Then I want to take the alpha here and multiply that by, well, multiply that by 0.2, I suppose, to create this effect that we had earlier. Not quite going, because we're multiplying this now. I think it's not quite going how we want. And so because we're adding these, we're also not getting the effect that I wanted. Essentially, as you run through the portal, it will white out, then come back again. I want to scale the UVs as well. We have a 0 to 1 alpha. Whiteout's happening too fast. If I plug the tear value in and I size this up, by the time we get to 0.4 we can't see the overlay anymore, so we're losing the double vision effect partway through Partway through, we're losing the double vision effect, so I need to solve that. And it could be we want to use a different blend mode. Can't pull this down the graph because I can't see the bottom of the graph. Could rename this to white, and then still have this as tear. So we could have the white could happen basically slower. I can have the tear be faster essentially. I want to scale it, so let's get the scaling in. More obvious what's happening, you're getting this double vision. Cool. Okay, so if I plug these in now, well, I'm curious what happens if I use the white for these values. That should actually be fine. So it's basically you run through it and you're like, and then you come back and you're like, oh, what just happened? Okay, so here you can just add this, create a tween, custom event. Actually, we don't need a tween, and I don't really want to do the ignore remove input thing now. We're going to still use this query. If we're overlapping the light box, it says flicker lights here, but it's really we should. I mean, that's an old function, so we'll keep it. It's whatever. Instead, what we'll have is there's only a few of these, so we might be safe to tick it. Actually, yeah, because what we could do is we could say it doesn't tick by default, and then we could set tick enabled when it's overlapped and disable the tick otherwise. In order to apply the effect to the player's camera, get camera manager, blend, get camera, player controller, blend, post-process blend, wait, comes from a camera component, get camera. That's interesting, I can't get the camera. That's kind of awful. I think what I'm going to do for the effect in general is I'll do a new folder. We'll do teleport effects. Let's process this in here. Got this game. Got the player position here. I'm gonna add teleport alpha to this, and then over here instead of tear we'll just have get param collection parameter. We'll use NPC game and we'll use teleport alpha. Put that in. Those off. The pace manager space, but no, we're going to keep it in here. Set collection param, set param scalar, get scalar parameter on NPC game, teleport alpha, and it's going to be the map range like we had before. So while we're ticking, which only happens if we're in the volume, set the parameter collection here. If you are It says here within 100 units, so that should be fine. 600 here, 0 to 1. That should do it, as long as we have in our main first person character camera materials, material, add our PPI teleport alpha, and that should sort us out. Teleport effect. What I might do as well is oh yeah, so I could do a branch here that just says if this is the corridor, then we will do the tick version. If you land into the volume, actually this is necessary. I basically want to do something where I walk into the teleporter. After I teleport, it just fades away. But it's going to have to be based on you moving away from it, so I think this is okay. So let's go to details, materials, and just turn this off. So I have realized now that there is an impact to the usual rendering. So another thing that I need to do is tweak the blend weight for this, which apparently is just on or off. It's either on or it's off. So I need to work on the material again real quick, because that's not going to work for us. What I can do is multiply the blade blend along with alpha, potentially. So now it's pretty dark. Because we're overlaying black, I guess. So we could just lerp based on the alpha. It should be 1. Right. Okay, and if we turn this off, yeah, nothing is bad. And then if I go to NPC underscore game, and I just slide that value up, it whites out before we get I kind of prefer it going dark, to be honest, which is annoying. it applies this time. I really like this. Might be able to do something with the time thing that we had before. Named reroute. Let's do just call it blur. So essentially I want this to be multiplied by the alpha here. Distance wise, scaling is fine. Distance like 0.1. Also not going the other direction, so I'd need to, I think I'd need to add 1 and divide by 2 before I go in here. For the scale, it's out of the way. Add 1 divided by 2. So basically you take a 0 for 1, 0 to 1, you turn it, right, I need to multiply it by 2. So 0 to 1 is now 0 to 2, and then minus 1. That might be our sort of like goes in both directions. Yeah. It's also scaling in a way that I'm not like keen on. Maybe I just add 0.1 here. Negative 0.1. Also scaling it inversely to how I want it to scale, because I want it to match. I want it to cross and match in the middle. So I might need to 1 minus this. Nope. Oops. If I was to just do this, it's 1 plus the blur. Gets to there and it's like, then it matches. It doesn't start at if I don't do anything, it's just shifting it. that. We've got nothing add 1. It's like trippy, but not what we want. So we're going to keep working on that. For the scaling, when this blur hits, when this hits 0.5, which is the middle, or actually when this hits 0, I want it to be 1 times scale. So this just scales it all the way down. If I was to add 1 to that, that's when I want it to be 1. So it needs to curve with the blur is 0 to 1. This is negative 1 to 1. Signs. Going down the corridor, this should get more intense as you go down the corridor. I just need to check. And once we hit 1, we're still not dark enough. Even though we're subtracting 1 here, but then I guess because we're screen blending over these guys, I guess you'd need to zero, this is the effect. Okay. That just makes it 1. Blur by multiplied by alpha. Right now it's 0, 0.2, 0.5.
Yeah, it's weird. It's inverse to what I want. The closer to 1 we are, the more it crosses over, as opposed to the further it goes away from the center. That's here. Now the higher it gets, the more intense it gets. Until we're at 1. It's like really weird, and then if I was to just plug the alpha in here, the closer we get to this, the smaller that goes. So we could do alpha. Okay, well, I'm just gonna see how it feels just doing some of this. Okay, so it has 0, 1. Yeah, okay, well, 1's still not black, so we solve that. Okay, so just still messing with these. that feels. Okay, so get the post process out of here, save it. First. Weird. Oh, right, yeah. Makes sense. I'm gonna get rid of the arrow for now, because I don't think I need to see it. I don't want it to go white instead. And for the distance here, I could get this scaled extent. Get scaled box extent. Split. It should be the X. 36. Okay. In here, what I've noticed is because it's the actor's distance to the center of the actor, but then we're scaling it from from 100 to 600 or whatever. The moment you touch it, you immediately are somewhere above the well, your distance would be 700. And it is clamped. I don't know. Maybe I'm just going crazy. Oh, right, yeah. I need to ungenerate everything. May as well take this material out of here. Out of the player's camera, because I've got it in the world now. PCG lights. Clean up. Outliner, dungeon. Destroy. Save. Play. Interesting. There'll be some ghosted blueprints lying around the world now, maybe. These dungeon items. Dungeon? That'll be dungeon 2. Yep. Are there any random items lying around in my world? Hopefully not. Okay. So we're back to it. Hopefully this will do for a first pass. We've got to do the key card next. There are 2 hours in. Got an hour from now until lunch to maybe do the key card. Whoa. Okay, so another thing that I want to do is play a looping sound as you get closer to this. So we'll have an audio on here. We just need to make a sound for that. So audio sound cue sc underscore teleport loop. And then we just need to find a sound cue, which means I need to turn the music off. Sound wave. Okay. Cool. It's nice, it's very liminal. I like this one. Okay, so the idea is the volume. This is the looping sound, right? Let's just loop it. The idea is that it's teleporter. It's not auto activated, so let's turn that off. It's the SC teleport loop here. The moment that we actually do the teleport, I am going to play Sound 2D. We'll have another sound. Let's see, teleport again. That'll just be sound wave. That'd be hilarious. Just like, oh my god, something's going down. You teleport. Like that. Put that there. And then this one just needs to be activated when you enter the volume. Set it. And then we deactivate it if you exit the volume here. Then we set the volume, set volume multiplier as the 0 to 1 here. So the volume by default, I'm going to put 0. And let's give that a go. Sound design. Teleport event is not liminal. It's not liminal enough. Find something else. Too electronic. Copyright free funk. Funk, no copyright music. I bet it's got adverts there. Oh, you at corridor? You want to go? Is in the teleporter here for the volume. I want to essentially multiply by a select that is whether it is the corridor. Is the corridor just one, otherwise it's two. Might be louder when you hit the other end, because actually I could do it differently. I mean, I can keep that in there, so 0.25 or something. But I want to use 100 if it's the corridor for full volume. So 100 range is full volume. And down here I want to use like 250. I want to be louder for longer. Okay, so we're at 11. I'm going to move on to the key card now, where we have a physics held item. I think this is probably good enough. All the bells and whistles are there. You could always do some aeration. It really doesn't land on the other end. Like, I need to finish it well enough to ship, which it is not currently well enough. Turns out the bug re-loading teleport IDs thing might be fixed though, but we'll see. So currently we are at the case where you walk through, this sound grows in your ear. Sounds pretty cool, I think. Let's find a different one. There's different drones. This one. This is a different visual effect I'm just going to toy with. It's a FOV zoom effect. And I'm going to try to reduce the over brightening of the other effect. So a tick issue going on right now. Stat FPS. Down it. We're up a bad MS right now. Don't know why. Try that. It's not going to work because I've got to clean up all the things. Okay, so outliner, PCG, clean up, outliner, dungeon, destroy, play. A quiet day today on stream. I'm losing my touch. That's not breaking, at least, so let's actually try it. Just speed things up a little bit here. I don't think we're actually moving through the facility. We've got a bug. So essentially I keep coming out the same end. Yeah, that's a problem. I need to turn the debug arrows back on. Okay, so hide or hidden, I should call it, not hidden. Okay, well we're back at 120 FPS, so that's good. Don't know what was happening earlier. It's probably like sending data somewhere. Okay, so we enter looking at the arrow. We enter this one. But we came out the wrong end. And now we're basically able to just... Oh, what? Or I came out of a different one. Never unloaded that level. That's a problem. So we have this... If I come out of here, run along. I'm in the rear corridor right now. Now I'm in the second corridor. I should come back out of this corridor. Teleporter. We're going to teleport to the first actor of class that we can find. But I think, yeah, so what's happening, I think, is we have potentially mold. Well, this is actually the first world again. We've just loaded the same world again. I was supposed to be instancing them. Oh, it's because I always use world 0. Which means when I come back to the facility, just do that a little bit slower. Yeah, yeah, okay. So I think the bug is currently caused by the fact that there aren't actually 4 anomalies. So let's go and sort that out. Dungeon anomaly rooms, let's just duplicate it. Change it. Just change each one of them, just minimally. Why can't I see anything right now? Oh, what's going on? There we go. See if I can change the sky. Here we'll have a blue sky. Purple sky. We'll have a night sky. Back in our dungeon. Hit this. Play 10 times. Okay. First corridor. That's already loaded and already visible, which makes sense because I have already walked into this corridor and that is intended. So we come out and we're in the purple one. So we should I think we came out the wrong end or the wrong portal. Because I should have the first one that I came across was this one. Yeah, I teleported to this one. That's my guy. That's not good. And if I was to walk through this, it's still the nighttime one. It's the nighttime one again. How many? I've got one room loaded. Still loaded. Oh. Huh. That thing. Can I get out of here? Trapped forever. Okay. Let's find out what's going on with these teleporters. So, FA. You, sir, what's your ID? Teleporter 2. Debugger. There's a lot of teleporters right now. A lot of teleporter 2s as well. Okay. What are other IDs? Anomaly ID is 0. The ID is 0. Great. All of them are 0 by the looks. Yeah. So that's not right. Stop that. Go to the dungeon. Load the anomalies. Do this logic. Paste manager. Am I ever setting? I'm sure I had a set anomaly ID. Inform anomaly room teleporters of ID. All actors become my ID. Not good. Get all actors of class with tag end and all actors of class start. They are teleporters. Is this in a function? It is. promote to local variable L targets. Basically what's happening is we're loading the level and then we're setting the teleport IDs after we teleport to the target. L targets append. And so we need to make sure that we're not doing that to every teleporter in the world because that will break the game. Okay. So this is where the done thing was happening. Teleporting. Let's make sure that's not happening more than once. Nighttime. Okay with that? We're back at the start. Just spit us back out. Yeah, sure. So what's the problem there? We're coming in. We're at the start, because this is the start. That is the end. We go to the end. We're looking down it. Let's look at the anomaly teleporter. So we're looking in the right direction. We're facing forward. Our tag is end. I actually don't know how this works because it's just giving me tinnitus. So we have the teleporter. We come in. Our tag is not corridor. So I don't really get how this works at all. It would make sense to me if when I teleport, my target is the corridor that I came from. I might just make that change real quick. So currently we come in inform anomaly room teleporters of ID. And so what I could do here is put a branch in and say, hey, if my tag was corridor, I need to return this into a macro. Because I'm just using it so much. Outputs corridor. Is corridor. Corridor. Oops. So at the end here, is it a corridor? And if it is a corridor, go into these guys, these anomalies. I'm going to say from teleporter. A teleporter. going to go through each of these and set their from teleporter self. We actually don't need target anomaly in this case. Like, we don't need to do that. It doesn't really matter. But I think because we were always getting 0 from here, that was never working. So if we have a from, to local variable L target. Otherwise, so this means that um, yeah, well, L target is basically the corridor. So that's that. And then if there is no from teleporter, like we haven't come from one, I could make this more obvious. So it's like from corridor teleporter. That's the target. Otherwise, ask if we're facing forward or back, and then like we're definitely oh yeah. No. Well, we should be a corridor in this case. Like, we should definitely be a corridor. If you're facing forward, go to the start. Otherwise, go to the end. Put this in here. Wrap this up. Plug it in. We don't want the target to be active. So this stop recursion. Overlap teleport. And yeah, we had this, which we don't need anymore. Just cleaning it up. Just going to clean it up a little bit. Have this. That's all good. We move the player. So that's fine. We change the player's point of view. Hopefully this is okay. So we'll have to take a look at that, but let's test again. That time we actually started at the end. We're coming into the tip of this start room. Literally teleported. Why? See, nice changes. Yeah. Yeah, it feels a little bit better. I'll show you without the sped upness, but basically this is the you're walking down your usual corridors and obviously there's no red line and you're like, oh my god, a bit of a teleport. It's pretty cool. And then so now we're here. This should run this path, which it didn't. Annoying. So annoying. We come in and we say, hey, teleport. It's like, sure. It's like, all right. Can't do it because don't have corridor. So okay. Well, in that case, are you facing forward or backwards? And we're gonna go and find the actor. The two view thing. Yeah, earlier today on stream we did a post process material. Post process allows you to take the scene texture and it has a UV input. And so if you get 2 or 3 of those UVs and then you just offset them in different ways, you can basically create a drunk effect. So that's what that is, with a sine wave that just sort of makes it do some weird stuff. And then for the yeah, just UV offsetting a scene texture. And then for the sort of moment where it like gives you that feeling that I was talking about yesterday around making it feel like you just went over a bump in a road, like sort of like the uneasy stomach feeling, I just shift the FOV really quickly, so it feels like you're getting like launched somewhere and then it comes back into view. I might work on that a bit more because it could maybe sort of be cleaner on the let's have a look. I might move this to like 0.6 and sort of have a bit more of a tail. Yeah, it's configurable now at least, and it exists. It's a couple of little things there. Yeah, timeline curve on FOV. Yeah, so it gives you that like whoa vibe. Try to keep it simple, interchangeable, iterable. So yeah, here is corridor tags. My corridor. I am the corridor. So then we come in. We're supposed to get the starts and ends, and we're supposed to loop through all those targets and set the from corridors. Let's find out if I just messed up with the variables there. I may be in the facility. I am in the facility, so that's good. That hasn't unloaded yet. I haven't left the volume technically. I'm just going to go and check out the loading volume, but essentially we have the begin overlap. I technically forgot to do the end overlap. Let's do event end, add event, end overlap, get the dungeon. What I'm going to do is get the player character, actor location, distance. I don't want to unload the level if you're in it. And a good way to know if we're in the level is to test the distance to this volume. If you're in the anomaly, you are at least 50,000 units away from this little box volume. So if this is less than, this is 50 meters, like that's probably plenty. I'm going to say if you're within 500 meters, then you're good. You're okay. And we can set the target anomaly to be unloaded. And that should give us some optimizations. So right now there's just the dungeon. We take a run through the level. Let's get the stat unit graph up. So you can see on the bottom left if there's going to be a hitch. Yeah. So right now, actually, the level is loaded. It's over there. We do our teleport. So we're over here. Now, just back in the anomaly teleporter quickly. Just going to put an F9 on here, make sure that we're not debugging any particular one. I should get a breakpoint. There we go. And of course, this is saying it's the end of the level, which is, of course it is. So this is still the nighttime one. And so we're in this infinite loop again. I need to solve the infinite loop. Easiest way is to just walk backwards into it. Okay. So let's check this one. This should be a different world. It's nighttime again. I have 4 worlds. If you weren't here earlier, I have 4 worlds: night, morning, day, whatever. But I keep teleporting to the same one. If you haven't seen this as well, this is pretty cool. Need to add the intro screen. Need to get rid of that late for work UI. Widget underscore late. Or widget underscore intro. Yeah, this late for work thing. It's just not fun. I need to fix that teleporter, and then I want to get some items logics done so I can get the keycard logic done so I can get the game loop finished. We're supposed to be doing keycards today. It's actually not going to work. Okay. I've got to do... So the double vision teleport thing is out of the way. The reloading teleport IDs issue of the rotations is still wrong. I need to go to the restaurant, basically, and sort out lunch real quick. So I'm going to be gone for like 15 minutes, and then I'll be back. Well, food's on the way, and I'm back. I'm going to look at this logic. So if I go to the anomaly room quickly, no, anomaly. I'm going to look at this before food gets here, and then I'll probably jump off again. But viewport, anomaly, right. This should be the start room. Tag, no, tag, start, right? And the arrow should be facing that way, which is all good. The arrow for this one should also be facing that way, technically speaking, I would say. And so I messed up, I think. I'm going to change how I did it. I'm going to say that like here, I think we're just rotating it in different directions. So we're just going to do this instead. It's always facing the same direction. And that is intended to define the direction that you come out. So I just need to give this a move and then save this a move, this a move. Okay, so that's regenerated those. And so the concept is, if this was the teleporter in the dungeon, and I walk into this teleporter forward, I would end up on this side of the map. If I walk into the teleporter from this direction, I would end up coming out of the teleporter on this side of the map. Always facing the correct direction. So in the teleport here, I did a little math that changes your control rotation based on whether this is the end teleporter, because you would enter this end this direction, which means you need to land in the hallway in fact you might come out at the end and you might go over to the start here, and you might just come in and you would touch this one in the wrong direction as well. Okay, so let's say I walked into the teleporter in the dungeon at this end. I'd end up at the end point coming out of the end point, and I'd come and touch the start point in reverse. I want to come out of the dungeon rotated. So yeah, if I touch the start point in reverse, I want to come out of the dungeon at 180 degrees. If I touch the end point, if I touch the end point in reverse, so let's say this is the end, I go into the room, it's the end room. If I was in the dungeon, if I'm in the dungeon and I touch this, I go to the end point. I move over to the start. I touch the start point. I want to have, I might just want to have the same rotation. I'm just going to go to the teleporter here. Try this. Dungeon. So level and score dungeon. Boxes. Try this real quick. Okay. So I'm touching the corridor and I should come out the end room, which means, oh, great. Right, so In that case, I touch the teleporter facing the arrow. My relative rotation basically just put me facing the wrong way when I touched the end, when I got to the other end. So if my target, can I close everything else down? Make life easier for myself here. Don't even need this. Just need the teleporter. So I touched this. I went to the end. I was facing the wrong way, and I should have rotated to face the correct direction. Which will cause me, because I'll still be on the right side. Oh no, because I'll teleport over to here. But my control rotation was retained so that I was looking at the end. I need the control rotation to be 180 in that case, because we came in reverse. So here I'd say facing forward. So if you were facing forward, we don't mind. If you weren't, then we'll reverse you. Let's see how that goes. Okay, so I'm touching it this side. Damn it. It didn't rotate. Oh, right, yeah. Because I didn't hook it up. So that would make sense. Okay, again, we're touching it from the wrong side. Cool, so we are at the end. So now when we come in here, we're facing it. We're obviously facing it in reverse. However, yeah, this would just send me back. It's just going to send me back to, yeah, the wrong direction. Why isn't this like obviously and obvious and simple? Why is this not obvious and simple? You'd think this would be obvious and simple. Literally a corridor. Okay. Well, let's just do it over here. So we've got our origin corridor, and we come in, and then we've got our start corridor in the direction that we want to face. And we've got our end corridor in the direction that we want to face. If, as a player, I come in reverse, I want to end up in the corridor in this direction, which is 180 degrees rotation because I came in reverse. If, as a player, I come in facing forward, I'm going to end up at the start point. I need to come in at the start point facing forward. If I come in to the start point in reverse, I need to appear corridor in reverse, I think. If I come in this way, I want to go here. If I come in this way, do this as like a three-part thing. So if I was going in this direction, I want to be coming out this direction. If I go in this direction, I want to come out this direction. If I come into this in this direction, basically need to come out of this room in this direction. If I came in, if I hit the start point in this direction, to change my arrow logic so I can read it a bit better. So we have two arrows. We have the in on either end. We'll call this 1 and 2. If it's 1, then we should come out here as 1. If it's 2, we should come out here. This is state 2. Now, if we come in here as option 1, come out here. I think. This is the idea that we ran into this point. And so we should come out in this direction. If we came into the end point as purple 2, yeah, you can't come out this direction as 2. That wouldn't make sense. You'd have to come out this direction. Typically, we'd go through the corridors. We'd come out of the start room. And if I made this end room face the other way, in this case, which makes me think that I need to go back to my PCG quickly and just get that logic that I deleted back. I've lost my nice branch. Now I don't remember how I did the branch, because I don't have the branch anymore. Guess I could filter by tag. Just say keep end. It's inside -90. What we're saying in this diagram is, yeah, if we come in the normal direction, we'd come out of here. And in this case, I'm going to actually rotate the end. Well, the end arrow would be facing this way now, into the brick wall. If conversely I walk this direction into here, I would end up coming out of this corridor facing this way, and I'd go into this arrow facing this way, which would throw me out of this corridor facing this way. So yeah, I think the only thing that needs to happen is this this rotation, like just rotating the end point. In our anomaly here, we shouldn't need to change the rotation of the character, it just needs to follow the transform. Go to my anomaly rooms quickly and just check that this is going to work. So this should take to face the other direction. No? Okay. Is this one going to face the other direction if I move it? Apparently not. What's going on here? Oh, it's create points. Great. Yeah. Okay. Actor. Get actor data. Oh no. Stop, 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 stop. Please don't do it. I don't want to do this anymore. I think I managed to hard lock. Yeah, look at that. Just made like tons of blueprints. Yeah, didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Here, single point. And then, yeah, I remember setting this to absolute scale. Okay, so this one is faced in reverse and this one is not faced in reverse. Cool. And then I just need to refresh each level. Right, that. I think this is going to work now. I am running through this as quickly as I can because I do have food to grab. But I come into this one in this direction. This is the normal direction, so I should start in the start room. Cool. And then this is the end room in which the arrow is also facing that way. So I should just come out facing the right way, which means I get to explore the rest of the dungeon. Yeah. So then I come through this one, also the right direction. This is in reverse, so I should come out the end. And then because I'm touching the tip on this one, I should just touch the tip on the next one. And then that's the end of the dungeon. And if I jump out, you see that's the end of the dungeon. We've got one more room that we can explore. So if we run back through the entire place, there's one more. Is this the... Wait, have I just... So this is the last anomaly? Yeah, cool. So I'd have to go back through it. That's funny, man. That's going to be the worst room. Like when it's at the end. Because you're basically going to get there and be like, oh. So what I need to do is trying to get back to the start of the game. Right. What did I do wrong? There we go. We get into here, and then we jump onto the computer, and then we're off to the races. We can pick a new set of rooms. The other thing I wanted to check was that the level unloading was working. So if I find an anomaly corridor, so we're already at one. I hover up, we should have a... Yep, we have a map. So I come into the map, I go all the way around, I leave the map, and now, yeah, it's gone. So that is working correctly. And if I walk over this threshold, it should be loaded again. Awesome. Huzzah! We have the teleporter bugs sorted, which means now we can focus on the interact goal. Oh, awesome! Awesome, awesome. And so now I can do any size room I want. I can go up and down water, I can do forests, I can do a bunch of different normal liminal rooms, I guess, will be also fine. Yeah, I think it's going to be good. So, with that said, welcome to those who joined the stream while I was on lunch, well, which I haven't had yet because it wasn't ready, and I'm going to go down and get it now. We are a UI, UX, and game development studio who work as a expert team of drop-in support and just elevating your games. So my area of expertise is prototyping, rapid prototyping, and building projects, and just knowing generally Unreal Engine and shipping things. So that's been my history, and I'm here doing that sort of daily on stream. I do a lot of UI integration as well. So if you're interested, stick around, check out the YouTube videos that we've posted on the live channel. There's a lot of cool stuff on there, especially in the UI area. They're more sort of like tutorial-esque if you're interested in learning this stuff.
Also, just watch the game jams. Like they're pretty fun. Uh, I would say watch the end probably. Watch the start, middle, and end. I wouldn't watch every episode. If they were 20 minutes long, I'd watch them. So I might make an abridged version. Just every time I swear, every time, every time I produce a bug, and then yeah, I might make an abridged version of some kind. It's like every time a new feature works, and it's just like the clips. But yeah, I need to go get food. We ticked off a ticket. That's the morning ticket done. Now we've got the afternoon ticket, which is picking up items and interacting with stuff in the world. And I'm going to create a system that allows us to pick up stuff like literally any model I want to pick up. So we'll have socket logic, socket definition, data assets to control some of that stuff. And we'll have a physics based hold mechanic. So we can have like a flashlight in the hand, probably have an interaction key that interacts directly with the object in your hand. So if you have a flashlight, you can turn it on and off. Or I might just put that on the F key. But I do like the idea of left clicking if you're holding an item. It maybe does something. It will definitely do something when you're interacting with an object on the wall. And that's going to be done through like asset requirement. So if you can find, say, a sledgehammer in the game, there are certain things in anomaly rooms that require the sledgehammer, and those all reveal alternate endings and alternate escapes, secret lore, stuff like that. And I can just litter that throughout the game. I can put like sledgehammer use cases in like every room if I wanted, and you've just got to find them. It's about exploration, it's about testing theories. Things like batteries, fuses, especially. So there'll be places where you can get fuses, and there'll be rooms that require fuses. And so if you come across a fuse box to something that's turned off, say a door doesn't work, if you go into an anomaly and find a fuse and go back to that room, you can open the door and you'll find some sort of secret on the other side. I'm not saying that those secrets every time are going to be mind blowing, but there'll at least be some kind of lore snippets or some sort of clue to what the place is, what the facility is. Let's play this at normal one time speed now. We're 120 frames. Walk through the facility quickly. We're gonna have a little walk together. We're gonna have a little walk through this place. That's cool. One thing that I've realized is when we play this sound, I do want to probably just call like play with a start time of like 20 seconds because it does build up. I just need to see how long this sound actually is. This sound is 2 minutes long, so 20 seconds is plenty of time to build it up. You can imagine this landscape will be like a dense, dark, foggy forest. Joking. You're joking. Yeah, so one thing I'm going to add here is never end at an anomaly. Always have a room
with some lore or something, because otherwise it's kind of lame. It's kind of lame when it ends like that. I will now endeavor to check out the dungeon, Snapflow, bring this back over. Currently we're generating just a couple of corridors and anomalies. Let's actually generate a whole shaboodle, which does something like this. See how that plays. What I need to do with the key card is make sure that after the fourth anomaly room that you've explored, you at least get that key card. Okay, now I'm actually lost. I just want to go back to the main room. Never seen this room before. This has got to be a dead end. What's going on? There's so many anomalies. There we go. There's the dead end. I'm so lost though. Like, where's the beginning? Where's the beginning gone? Stick to the left. Everyone always says stick to the left in the maze, so let's stick to the left. Found it. Happy days. I was worried there that it was broke and I would never find my way out. Yeah, cool. So I'm just going to save everything and then I'm going to go back on break and then I'll be back and we will do some physics-based items. So 30 minutes break and back. Probably less, probably like 15 minutes break. I'll be right back. I am back. Quick lunch. Trying to get as many streaming or as much work done as I can, because who knows how long this project will take otherwise. So we're just cracking on, getting it done. All right. Hello, people who are still with us on the stream. Welcome to the Twitch. Thanks for joining. I am going to send some messages out. Let's have a look here. All right. So, hey up. So, well, my hair is doing things today. What the hell is going on? Ugh. Anyway, I need some music. I need that same song again. Oh, we found some copyright-free funk, so we're gonna play that. I hope you guys like funk, because that's what's happening right now. Alright, it's copyright-free. Let's take a look. So here we have no copyright music by NCMFYT. I will find out if that is true or not when this VOD goes onto YouTube and whether it gets copyright strike. Not that it matters, because we're not making money off these streams, and that isn't the intention. The intention is to show process. So we're going to do it. We're going to show process. Who's ready for some process? I'm ready for some process. I don't even know what I'm doing next. Lies. I do know what I'm doing next. I'm creating a test gym because I don't have one. Levels. We have this level red dot test. Jump in here. There are some rather broken cameras. Okay, we exist, so that's good. I need to create some interactable items. So let's grab this floor. This floor is larger than I expected. So let's replace it with a cube. Like an editor cube, right? Okay, we've got that there. This over. Play. Still too far. Let's get it right up there. I'm gonna have to walk forward every single time, so I'm literally just gonna do this. Let's get even closer. Even closer. Please. Okay. Because I'm gonna put an item right there. Okay, so let's make an item. Let's go back to our blueprints folder, and we'll just do a new folder called items. Let's just make a blueprint for it. So actor, we're just going to try and keep it really simple. BP item. This is going to be a class settings abstract class, and it's going to have a static mesh, because all items will have static meshes in this game. And I'm going to make a child actor class, BP item, and I'll just say flashlight. Flashlight. So we'll go in here, type in here, we'll do flashlight, torch. We don't have a flashlight, so we're going to use a cylinder. Cylinder is enormous. Then it's just deciding how we want it to orient. So I think when we grab this object, it's going to go into our hands. And sort of like be intended to sit at a location on the right side of our character. So that'll be fine. Let's make a blueprint class constraint physics constraint actor, maybe BP hand. I will actually reparent this to a static mesh actor, so the actor actually moves with the base. But then I'm not going to be able to rotate it. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. File. Parent this to actor. Hey, Mycelia. We're going to need a scene root. BPI and flashlight. Okay, cool. So we still have that. And we should have this hand that we're going to attach to our player character. So in the viewport, I'm literally just going to add hand. Oh no, it'll be... Oh, it's a physics handle. I did it wrong. It wasn't... I think I want utility object for moving physics objects around. I think this is what I want. However, it doesn't really know where to go. So let's add a child actor. We may as well, sure, attach it to our mesh, and we'll just call this hand. This will just go on the right side of our character. And it will be a hand. Let's go open this. This physics constraint actor, I don't think this is the right thing, so we'll just go to actor. Parent. And we'll add a physics handle, a utility object for moving things around. Has some soft constraints. In the event graph, I think we can set like the target, or like constraint. Grab component. Constrains rotation. Let's make a custom event here. Grab component. Okay. Let's open up the key. I think it's called keycard panel. Class settings here. We have some interfaces. Interactable. So let's add that to our item. Class settings. Interfaces. Add interact. API interactable. In our event graph here, I'm going to copy and paste some functions from the keycard panel. So when we start focus, I'm just going to do a bunch of stuff here. It's the hand, we need the item, just go here. This is just a way to highlight the object. It's not the best way. Some rubbish that we don't need, got that rubbish that we don't need. Okay, here. Let's put the flashlight in the scene. There we go. So we have the ability to look at it
The IMC interact. No, IA interact, sorry. IA underscore interact. This is used somewhere, as far as I know. In the keycard panel, do we have an interact on here? Yeah, so start interact. We do have that. So BP item start interact, pawn, cast to our first person suited guy, get comp. Actually, we can just get hand. We've already cast it directly, so get hand, get child actor, cast to hand, grab component. We'll grab this static mesh here. And let's just see what happens when I do that. Absolutely nothing. Does it actually do anything? Grab. Cool. So let's go in. It says it's going to grab the component. I guess because the component doesn't have physics, nothing's going to happen. So set physics enabled. Set simulate physics to true. In fact, what we could do is we could do that on this end. It's like, let's do it. Now we have a bunch of items, we can play with the physics handles. That's not working. I'm going to open up a project where I've done this recently and just double check the setup because I don't want to spend ages. I should probably not play this. It's probably not the best music. Right, let's go back to like what we know and love over here. There we go. Some nice chill, relaxing music because that other music was not that. That wasn't it. That wasn't it. All right, welcome. I see some people jumping in here. 4 viewers. Pretty cool. Currently, I'm setting up a physics handle to grab this object into my fake hand. And in order to do so, I'm opening a project where I've already implemented a physics grab handle. Okay, it's just taking a minute. It takes a minute to load. 53 shaders left. Thirty-three shaders left. Oh, Mycelio, if you can hear me, did you want to see the teleport that we did this morning? I imagine she has muted the tab. She just wants to watch. One shader remaining. It's loading. It's loading. We may as well close a couple of these things because we're not going to need them. Teleport loop. We're just on this item stuff now. We did have the keycard panel, but I don't think we're going to need that. The good thing about coding things in projects is that you can just nick them for your other projects. The point of this isn't to code everything, is to finish a game. So I'm gonna go and take this, you can see here you can actually turn this on and off. You can play with this here like so. It's got a nice physics kind of interaction. And that's kind of what I want, but I want it to be in the right hand. Can crouch in this game, but it's a little bit iffy. Okay, so let's find out how this works. We have a flashlight, which is a holdable item, which has a BP held item transform. And if we go and take a look at that, it's literally just a transform. Doesn't have any blueprints, I imagine. Cool. Then we have, as far as I remember, a hand somewhere. Physics, doors, interactables. Let's just type in hand. We don't have a hand. Okay, well, let's open up our main character, and the quickest way to find it in any project is to just go to, well, usually, let's go to the here, and then go to our character. There we go. So in here, we have a handle. It's a hold item handle. It is a physics handle. So on the event graph, we have a tick, sets the offsets based on the arrow. So we have this spring arm which changes the offset for the target location. That's fine. We should have a function for hold item. Yeah. Okay. We have set simulate and then grab a location and rotation with a bone, potentially a bone. What I want to do is basically right click this, asset actions, migrate. It's going to give us all the inputs. It's going to give us the function library. It's going to give us all the input. Yeah, so we don't want to do any of that. We don't want to do any of that. I do just want to take this. So interpolate target, no. I'm just gonna keep it open on my other screen, and I'm just gonna start copying properties just to make sure that I'm setting this up correctly. This is our hand still, right? Yeah, cool. So we make this component ignore the visibility channel so that our spring arm, which assumedly is on the visibility channel, doesn't collide with it, so that's fine. Grab it at location and rotation. Now, location and rotation is the world rotation and location of the component itself. Possibly not, actually. So we have a set held item function, which I'm going to go and find the references for. Example hold item here. Held item is the cylinder, and the transform is this held transform that we have. Which I'm guessing is just, I mean, it is a type. Almost certain it's just a scene component with no code. It's a movable scene component with no code. Alright, so that might be necessary. It might be. Hold item. Okay. And then we did have that tick. So I'm gonna steal that tick. Promote this to a variable. Oops. Actually, I shouldn't need to do that. I should just be able to get grabbed component. If that's valid, then we're going to update something. We have this transform here, which we are taking this arrow and saying add to this arrow the relative transform. Yeah. Then we have a little bit of code over here that's asking if we have a component, which we already know. We already know that we have a component, so otherwise we wouldn't be at this stage of the code.
Stop. There's a character head from flipping in the first person when climbing. Okay. Yeah, but whatever. Hope everyone can hear me okay. Just trying to sort this a little bit.
One of the people that I watch is live, and they're answering a question of mine, so I just need to stop and watch it.
Hello everyone. Welcome back to the live stream. Sorry we weren't live last week. I was actually away with the family. There was another late night last night. If you don't know what this is basically a chance whilst we are live. So I saw this question come up whilst I was getting things ready. Iron Thumbs, do you know of a way to take screenshots in game? To use in game, for example, a thumbnail of a save game slot. Yeah, so the company there being used. But yeah, basically when you save it to your folder, you can then generate the string URL. stream, their voting is still going on until the 22nd. That check the calendar when log in. First of all, target it. Get the mesh.
Okay. That was a waste of time. Like, we're doing a Q&A stream. I'd ask a question, and he read all the questions below my question. I didn't read my question. Never mind. That kind of thing just happens, you know? That kind of thing just happens. What was I doing with this link that I just took? I was pasting it into a folder here. Cool. Okay, so back to it. We got the grabbed component, physics handle. Keep it there. Do this, cool. Now over here we have this transform, which is just a relative transform right now. I'm just going to put 0. Pretty sure this comes in as like nothing in the origin. Like literally it gets the relative transform of the held item, so yeah, generally that's currently just like 0. I think it is, you know, maybe gonna be an important feature to consider. Let's put in here relative grab and just promote it to a variable. Relative grab, and then we'll just paste that down here. Relative grab, cool. When the item gets grabbed, I can have a scene component in here. It's just like grab transform. Just get, what type of transform do we get? That's it. Cool. So that's just if it's like rotated or anything like that, I imagine. Yeah. Try again. Click. Alright, cool. So we're halfway there. Now we just need to do things like this transform was wrong. Now the transform might be right. Let's add a point light. Not point light, sorry, spotlight. What am I talking about? Spotlight. some nasty jumps going on right now. So in the hand viewport here, spring arm, arrow, spring arm. The branch that just says, hey, if the grabbed component is more than 100 units, then wait and set the location of the target. Either way, we do have a flashlight now, technically speaking. Doesn't really follow the view. The fact that the hand isn't stuck to the head is kind of annoying, so I'm just going to move it to the camera. And then I think it's just always below view, so I'm just going to move it up. That's cool. Doing some sort of jumpy thing. That's kind of annoying. Got to figure out what's going on with the jumping. I have disconnected that, so it can't be that. One of the issues that might be happening is it's within our capsule, so I'm just going to change the capsule radius to like 15. Our capsule radius doesn't really matter too much. Now, the only thing to worry about is that when we walk, in some ways, we will end up losing our held item in some cases. Let's say I walk up against this, and then I just keep walking, and I clip around here. It seems to be handling it quite well, to be honest. And I bet you it's partially based on the fact that the spring arm is doing its job, basically. I feel like if we didn't have the spring arm there, it would attempt to get inside that wall. Okay, so we have a basic item holder. So that's cool. And I'm going to put things like key cards and stuff in there. So let's make a key card. Key card over here. Alright, key card, key card, key card. We're going to go into the modeling tool. I'm going to open up... Oh. Didn't mean to do that. I'm going to open this, show in folder. This is the shape that I want to create, so I'm just going to keep that open on my other monitor whilst I recreate it. So we just need a rectangle. And then, hopefully, we can model, triangle edit this one, and, or maybe take these and inset them. That's not really what I wanted. Maybe I could just cut the faces. So from here now, Just bring this. Oh, we're snapping still. Okay. Sorry, what do I have? Didn't want. Obviously, not very many verts right now. Let's see if I can cut from here. No, cut from here. No, this face. Cut it from here to here. Here. So, oh no. Okay, here to here, and then cut. Okay. Triangle select. These two triangles. What if I select no triangles? Cut. I don't think you have to cut these faces. Oh. That'd be a pain. Actually, can I delete this line? Maybe I'd have to merge it with something. I don't want that line. I don't want that line. How do I get rid of that line? The reason I've added this in is because in my old software I would now just edge loop around, but because I've got this line, and this line, I don't think the edge loop is going to work. Let's just cancel, go back to triangle edit. So if we can't extrude, okay, we can. Stepped. Good. I'll do. Maybe. What else could we do with this triangle edit? I could try and add an edge loop through here. We'll see. It's not going to be happy about this. Is edge loop a tool? Even subdivide? We could subdivide it, but we would need to cut in very many ways. So we would need to cut down, across, I suppose what I could do is inset all the faces. If I inset this by like a tiny amount, it basically gives me an edge loop around the entire thing, which now if I was to subdivide, it has some control loops that apparently didn't work. Why didn't those control loops work? Because they don't actually go to the edge. Okay. And I presume the same is relevant if I was to extrude all edges by a small amount. Yeah, because it's the same operation. It's still got the line there rather than this way. So maybe we can work around it by extruding, say, 2 units here. So we'll just extrude an edge at a time. Two, three, possibly, 4 maybe, extrude. Extrude. Okay. Now that's gotta work. Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, accept. And then triangle edit. Oh, yeah, no. I think I need another loop right here, basically. And so, can I please add a line? I just want to add a line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then I want to cut them here, here. Nope, not there. Nope, not there. Here. That is close enough to the original kind of shape. And so that would be the key card perspective. Let's rotate this back around. Make sure that we set the pivot to the, I'll just go center. The idea is the character's going to sort of hold it in his hand. Maybe we'll give it some depth as well. And then do some UV projection. One of the things that I forgot to do was set this up with a line across it, like just a white line. I don't want it to do it as a separate material ID. Currently we have one material ID, which we could just say is yellow for now. Triangle edit, triangle select, sorry. Can I polygroup model polygroup edit? So we've got literally everything else in the model. Now we've selected the outside, we'll create a polygroup from that. Now we have three polygroups apparently. Okay, can I now do material by polygroup? I could technically disconnect it, and then now maybe we get to no. Go to Google. UE5 polygroup to material ID. There is a function, set polygroup material ID. Not sure how to make a material ID from a polygroup. I would really like to do that. God, it's very shiny now. My hands are getting slow. Convert to parameter color. I hate having to model. I wish I could just use some sort of tool. So I don't have a keycard. Mixing things up here. This. No, we'll just do that. Right. Delete. Flashlight, item, duplicate, BP, item, keycard. Keycard. Solution. Ah, what a wonderful keycard. Massive keycard. Okay, fine. SM keycard box here. Just going to increase scale of it so it's easier to hit. Okay, and then the keycard here. It's got the grab transform. If I mess with that grab transform in real time, does it affect the game? And we can interact with a keycard slot. Okay. So next is to have the thing that we need to interact with, which was the keycard panel. And so firstly I want to determine why I can do an overlay with the start focus and I can stop focus. I know why. It's because we stop hitting on the visibility channel, which in turn drops the object. So physics handle get. So we just need to call a function drop item. Get grabbed component and set visibility to block. That way I can pick this up. Oh, yeah, it's probably validate that that exists before I access it. Pick this up, now I can pick that up, and now I can look at the floor and say, oh, the torch just disappeared. That's awesome. Should be able to look back at that torch and pick it back up, but I guess I guess not. I guess not. Okay, so now I just need to look at the interact component. See why we are allowed to hit it, apparently. Trace or interactable, it hit a flashlight and a keycard. As long as it's interactable, it is the actor. If we're doing a trace from the actor's location, if the actor that was hit with a line trace, trace for interactable, shouldn't this be not equal to actor? Oh no, it's saying if the thing I'm hitting is the actor, then continue. That's fine. But this is saying that there's no hit. Static mesh. Collision properties right now. Visibility is set to block, so I don't know why. Oh, I know why. So when you pick up... I know this one. I know this one. Hey, Rewinds. Yeah, turns out I get more viewers in the afternoon, so why not just stream until I fall asleep? And that way, we succeed at reaching more people and welcoming them to the loving embrace of game development. Also, I know this one. I know the answer to this one. I understand this reference. So, I mean, that's a little bit messed up. Not gonna lie, that's a little bit messed up. And it's probably because it's... why would that be? Show collision. There's no great reason as to why that's happening. That's stable, that's unstable. I'm unsure why that one would be unstable, honestly. Interact, yeah, so we're hitting and it's like... so I'm not sure what's going on there. In one frame, we get a floor, a keycard, and a static mesh. Do a line trace by channel. We attempt to hit the keycard, which we succeed. In the next frame, we still have the keycard. Best actor unknown. Best actor unknown. Best actor key card. Best actor key card. Key card. Key card. Unknown. How bizarre. Why would the key card do something like that? It doesn't have any logic. Anyway, found a bug. I'm going to fix the other bug first. So currently, where am I breakpointing? Breakpointing down here, cool. Currently when I look at this flashlight, I pick it up, pick up another object, and now I'm not getting a hit. I'm not being able to pick up this flashlight on the floor. I really need to set this object to be step on. No. In fact, we should probably just change the collision properties of this to be like pawns, physics. Well, I guess physics bodies could play with it, but basically pawns should not interact with these, otherwise we're going to kick them around for the rest of the game. There we go. Yeah, we're not getting a hit on here because this object has been disconnected from its parent. So what you can do is in the hand, when we drop the item, we can get the owner, set actor transform, or at least set actor location and rotation, to get world transform split add. When you pick up a physics object or move a physics object, or rather if you enable physics on an item like this static mesh gets disconnected from its parent, and its parent stays wherever it is, and the actual static just moves around the world. This is a big problem for a replicated game,
because the replication is based off of the actor. So you have to be careful with this. If I kick a flashlight all the way around the world and it was in a replicated world, eventually the static mesh will disappear because I'm no longer in rep range of the parent. And so typically what I would do is I would say that this physics item is a static mesh actor, and then therefore the static mesh is the root. And in fact I can actually do that in this case, because I don't really need this scene component here. Item keycard. In this case we're just going to rotate essentially the way it's held, and so now this shouldn't actually be necessary. What I was going to do was set the location and rotation of the actor and then attach the mesh back to its owner, and that would solve some problems. Can't do that right now for this one, so we're not going to. Keep that like that. Let's go look at the flashlight. Flashlight is messed up, possibly. Let's grab the flashlight. Just repeatedly dropping out of my hand. Wonder why that is. What changed? Well, I guess reparenting this didn't work, so we're going to keep it how it was, and then we'll crash. So we'll come back to that. We'll circle back on that, and we will do that again. This time I am going to reconnect the static to the parent, because obviously doing what I just did broke more stuff than it was worth. So back to the scene here. Hopefully this is still where it was earlier. Nope. I broke it. Right, BP item. Add scene component as parent. Put this like this, this. Check out yeah, the item itself, scene. This is 1 times scale. This is 1 times scale. Flashlight. Let's just check these scales on here. Static viewport. Is it super tiny now? What's going on? Okay. Okay. Flashlight and keycard. Flashlight. Wow. Still happening. What did I break? It's got to be in the hand, right? It's got to be something to do with the hand. Drop item. If we had an item, drop it. Here we basically need to set the owner back to this location and then attach to actor. Attach actor to component? No. Cast to item. Get scene. Attach component to component. This is the parent. This is the component. Snap, snap. We'll keep world for that. That does mean that it's no longer gonna move around. Why is it just rolling around? What have I serendipitously completely destroyed in my logic that has broken this beyond
beyond repair. I guess one other way to fix this is, rather than reattaching the actor, which would stop the physics from working, would be to trace against, instead of line tracing to the actor, we line trace to the component, right? Also with box overlapping actors. Oh, it's not good. Still not going to work. Okay, this is just never going to work, so we're going to fix it by doing this. We're going to do this, and then we're going to just fix the issues. Because it's just not going to work otherwise. Okay. So yeah, if I pick up a physics object, and it disconnects from the actor, and the actor is here, if I stood over here, I wouldn't even get a trace against the flashlight, because the actor's still over there. So let's just fix this problem. What's going on? It's just repeatedly attempting to do what? Move to 0? Drop off my hand? What's going on? All I know is it's not having a good time. Event graph. It's just the interact component, that's fine. I'm assuming we're not calling this repeatedly. Yep. Grab transform. Just a normal happy grab transform. That's good. Visibility to ignore, that's also good. We're no longer doing the interp. I love how I had this working perfectly. Now, not at all. Let's not run a tick event. Now the object never moves. Where'd it go? Okay. Just underground. That's normal. That's completely normal. This is where it should be. The relative grab. Grab component, item, event graph. Relative transform for the grab. Relative transform. I guess what I could test is this, and then just like 1 times what? No, this. 1 times scale in there. See if that fixes anything. Okay. Okay, now I can pick multiple things up and drop them. Happy days. That is the actor now, which is good. So the rotation of the flashlight is off. There's something to do with this relative grab. I think it's because the grab happens before a lot of things are happening before I cache that. But it shouldn't matter because it's coming out of here anyway. Interesting. Interesting. It grabs the component and I get the relative transform. This worked fine if I use a scene parent with the grab transform being attached. Now everything's tiny. Is everything tiny now? That's not right. It's not right. It's very wrong. It doesn't make sense for the item because I mean you can see it in the screenshot here. That cylinder should be massive now by all accounts. It's the correct size here, it's not the correct size here. And if I go and look at it in the viewport, it's like, it's fixed itself now. Okay. Then this one also fine. So if I hit play, oh God, these two are now no longer one time scale. There we go. And now I presume this is underground again. Yeah. Yeah, but at least it's at the right rotation, so that's cool. And event graph. Let's make sure that this is hooked up. And this will be the thing that makes it jump. Because it's like, hey, come back to my hand. I want to put the... What is the relative graph? It should be 0. 0. And then negative 40. Translation, negative 40. Is it because the one in the level is messed up? Is it just like... Yeah, like what? Okay. It's because the one in the level is messed up. Okay, so now I could go back here. 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 I've deleted those two from the map because I don't want them now. Put these like so. Play. Okay. So what happened was when I reparented the item so that the static was at the top level, the grab transforms in the world assets that I'd placed down in the world, these grab transforms just like moved and no, didn't. Yeah, well, eventually I checked and eventually I fixed it within 5 minutes, so that's good. Okay. So all that said and done, now I can pick up a flashlight, then pick up a card. I still need to fix that problem with the card. Then I can pick up the flashlight again. That was the main sort of thing that was going on for a moment. I've dropped the key card and I can't pick it back up though. But we kind of knew that already from before. And drop item. Yeah. Yep, don't need this because it's not needed now. Okay, back to music. I'm going to play a different track. Let's play this one. It's made by the same artist, so it generally sounds like 90% the same. Welcome everybody on Twitch. I am Loki, or well, you can find me at Loki Game Dev. Force of habit from my other streams. I am Ren Farnell, and I work at UX is Fine as a technical designer. And recently, we've been on a challenge hype kick subathon to jump into creating a game from scratch, and in a shortest amount of time as possible. Doing settings, localization. We'll get all the bells and whistles when we get there, but we have to get the game loop done first. So without further ado, let's actually do it. And there's a couple of old-time favorites in here. We roll credits, rewinds, Depifka, Mycelia. We also had Zero to Game Dev earlier today. There are others. There's a couple other names that I recognize when they come in. But anyway. There's something up. There's something up with this keycard, I would say. I dare say there's something up with this keycard. What is wrong with it? Is it because it's just so thin it's unhappy? Whoa, 0.2. Is it just not happy? I think I know what it is. It's tracing to the actor location, which is here. And so it's probably doing floating point errors where it's bouncing between true and false. So what we do is we go to the modeling tool, we go to mesh or wherever it is for this X-form, edit pivot, and we go center. And so now it's in the middle of the asset. Close that. Hit play. And now we have a more reliable hit. Mycelia, are you still there? That was a good coffee. I might need to go downstairs and actually pick up a coffee, but anyway, this is my extra chunky keycard. Why can't I change the scale of this anymore? You're kidding me. Nope, it's not kidding me. It's fine. Everything is fine. Nothing is broken. Everyone's okay. Stop stressing. Keycard, cool. Okay. Let's fix the keycard panel. Okay. So the idea is you walk up to this and this says you can't do this without this. And I'm going to color code it so that it's the color of the card that you need. And I'll have a pop-up on screen that says, the fungus is sleeping. Yes, the fungus is taking over the world. Mycelia does like the biosciences. And so they told me the other day, or she told me the other day, she's an actual she, we have a kid together, told me the other day that there's a mushroom in Chernobyl that eats radiation. I was just like, sure. I don't, yeah.
I say they, it has connotations. I'm so used to saying they because I have a lot of friends that are transitioned and stuff. So anyway, a mushroom that eats radiation, a mushroom in a volcano that has evolved to produce iron or something like that to protect itself from the heat. And I bet you there's some weird mushrooms like in like deep ocean, like deep underwater, that are also cool. It reduces radiation, so it literally digests the radiation. It doesn't even. I thought it was just eating it as like a way to sustain, but no, it's actually recycling or like kind of like photosynthesis, but with radiation. That's incredible. It's just crazy. It's crazy. She wants to make a. She wants. I think people have done it already now, but she wanted to do something around graveyards that like decompose bodies through like mycelium caskets, which I thought was cool. So where am I? I noticed a bit of a sort of not super happy about it kind of thing with the key card. There we go. So the lack of lag bothered me, although it does mean that it goes off cam now, so let's reduce the lag. High values are faster. Go for 25. Okay. I want to make a generic interactable that requires a certain item in order to be triggered. If the item has been generated, if that object is generated in the world, it doesn't really need to be a soft reference for the target actor type, because we expect you to need the item, and if the item is not in the world, well, you know, tough. But I think it's probably reasonable to just be like, yeah, cool, there's an interactable type of item. I'm gonna copy, how am I gonna do this? I shall move this keycard panel. Have items, and then we kind of have item targets or just generic interactables. I'm gonna just make a folder called interactable. Interactables. Put this in here. Let's go here, update redirectors. The black fungus takes the radiation and turns it into energy. It grows near the reactor. The fungus is literally sat there. It's like, I am the reactor now. I'm gonna duplicate this into BP underscore interactable target. I'm gonna get rid of. No, we kind of need the static, but I'm gonna clear the internals and class settings abstract this, and then yes, we will have interaction. We will have was interacted, which is false by default. We will have. We don't need panel here. We do want interact target. This I don't see being used, but we'll see. Put the in here. Now it was interacted with. That was the definite. That was the truth. Point light not necessary. We'll do custom event on interacted, and we'll put these over here. And in fact, we'll, if it wasn't interacted, we'll do was interacted and then on interacted. Okay. We may as well call
we may as well call this. We, at this point, yeah, we do want to turn off the overlay material. We have 2 static meshes in here. Oh. We don't need the second one. Static mesh root. We also don't need a point light in there. This doesn't, it's not necessary. We also don't need the button press, or the scaler, or a door activation, or a dot speed, or a click UI, or any of this stuff. I'm just making the base class. If you start focusing it and it wasn't interacted yet, it can become highlighted. I'm going to add some extra logic to that momentarily. I'm going to actually keep this widget here. Keep that widget there. I will explain why afterwards. We'll call this the interact UI. I'm going to go and I guess I'll just duplicate this into w_interact prompt. I'll just whip this up quickly. So they found it 4 years ago. Man, I'm behind at times. I mean, she's only just started researching it, so she's doing fine. Border underscore just border root. Brush color black with a little bit of transparency. We'll wrap that with another border that will have some padding. It should just be white. If we zoom out now, we should just have a nice panel. Use the opacity here. Cool. Gonna replace this image with some text. This text will be localizable, so we need to think about that. This will say something like keycard required, for example. The animation requires a target. Sure. Plays it. Cool. In that interact prompt, event pre-construct, the text block title. News from Europe to Texas takes a while. Yeah. Set text. I also am Vancouver, Canada. Actually, I am not Texas, but the company that I work for is founded in Texas. Set text. Set text. I'm also not from Europe anymore. Well, I was from Europe. I definitely came from Europe. You can probably tell. There might be something about me that alludes to the fact that I came from the old Europe before the Brexits. Now I have to say I'm from the less than United Kingdom. Although that's getting a little bit too political for my tastes, so we'll avoid that conversation. Probably the accent. Probably. It's my unwavering sense of humor. Text. Keycard required. There we go. Keycard required. In text. Hint text. I thought you were working in Texas, not because of the accent. I'm not working in Texas. Not because of it. Why would you guess Texas? Because I said it was hot recently? I imagine it's hot there.
Where is my Celia? I'm gonna message her. Actually, I may as well just say hey. Alright. Let's get the rest of this sorted. Interact prompt hint text. This is an exposed variable that happens inside of the doopity doop interact target here. We go interact prompt. We promote this to a variable for hint text. And essentially, if we start the focus and we haven't been interacted, we will show that you require the keycard. And in some cases that will say red keycard required, or we'll just do user widget for this. Hello. Please don't spill it all over my desk. Oh, was that it?
Yes.
Oh, that's lame. Well, that was all of the coffee that was left. Tiny amount. We are a remote first company. I don't think we have a typical office. Everyone who works here is remote and they work from various places in the world, and we service clients all over the world. So we have a completely distributed and extremely responsible team of people who are very capable of managing themselves and being, as some people put it, developed adults, which I love. I love that way of putting it. We are developed adults who are capable of doing good work remotely. 100% remote is most of the time not possible. Yeah, I miss working in an office, I tell you that. I miss being able to just really easily completely distract and derail my friends' work and ask them for help. And of course, they never minded, ever. They always loved it. And it was a real good relationship building exercise. Yeah, remote work, you just have to stay diligent. I expect... Yeah, you co-work on the stream, right? Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's like, I miss the office. I think that's a reason why I like streaming, because there's people around. And otherwise, I'm literally a hermit 100% of the time. Okay, we've got a deactivate function. We've got a dot that we don't have anymore. We have an active, hidden, blah, 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 blah. We don't really need this. We don't really need this deactivate function. On interacted, that's just to be overrode. This is our highlight and interact text. But that's cool. This is just our init. And then this, yeah, this is our little override that we created. Overrides. Hashtag ad. Are you getting advert? Do you get adverts? I didn't turn adverts on. I'm not looking for money on Twitch. Do they just throw the adverts up? Is that what happens? Do you guys ever get ads on this channel at all? I don't know how it's... I've never looked. Let's go and have a look. We've got 7 people on stream right now. Welcome everybody. I haven't looked. I have chat in a separate window that doesn't tell me how many people are around. But welcome. Welcome to the stream. Apparently my bitrate is really bad. You guys haven't said anything? My word. It obviously can't be that bad. Are you able to read what's on screen? Uh, 15 minutes ago, Wondrous Gospel. Welcome, welcome. In my... Yeah, don't know why we're running out of stream bandwidth, but it may be something to do with the length of the session. So what I'm gonna do, because I work through lunch as well, I'm gonna take an early. We got 4 minutes. I'm gonna give us 4 minutes, and then I'm probably gonna go take a break, jump onto my local game dev account, play some games. Okay, so I think we're pretty close. We just need to get this final little piece done for the keycard. So we have an interact target. What I want to do is required item. This will be a BP underscore item. So we'll grab that. That's a variable. Put that out there. We also have the hint text as a variable. Everything else, well, in fact, door isn't a variable, dot isn't a variable, interact UI is a variable. But we will privatize most of this just to keep it clean. This actor, if I file reparent this to interact target and literally delete everything except for point light logic, sounds, materials, keep this. We will also we have this deactivate down here that sets the speed back to 1, but we don't worry about that. Okay, and then we do on interacted. Event on interacted. So that's that. Let's throw this in here. Alrighty. Look. The interact prompt, it's the interact target, yeah. So if the required item is valid, wasn't interacted, it's over here. If it wasn't interacted and the required item isn't required, and there isn't a required item, then we just go ahead and we highlight. If there is a required item, we will show the hint text. Otherwise, we will show click create widget. Oh, come on, create widget click. Otherwise, we'll create this. We'll do the same alignment. Boop, boop, boop. Alright. So that's that part sorted.
There's a video somewhere of this guy, like, I think he's Italian or Spanish, and he's learning English, and he's just like, oh no. He reads a sentence that's basically all the same word in English, which I'm never going to be able to find it again. It bothers me. I'm going to have to think about what it was. So good. Oh yeah. Yeah. I remember it. It's great. Are you ready for this? Is everyone ready? Movie time. Who's ready for movie time? It's time. So this is how I feel about English.
Nuestro. Our. Mineral. Ore. Ore. Remo. Ore. Nuestro mineral o nuestro remo. Our.
Yep. Nuestro remo. Or. That's English, ladies and gentlemen. That's English. If there is a required item, get player character cast to. I'm getting tired. Cast to suit. Get hand. Get child. Cast to hand. I hate that you have to do that with child actors. It's just the way it is. It has to be an actor because it has components inside of it, and I can't extend those components. Get grabbed. Component from the physics handle. Get owner. Get class. Is that class equal to the required item? What? No, it's wrong. Get class. Is the class the same as the other class? Boop, boop, beep, beep, boop, beep, 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 and interact. Now in the details panel, we should be able to say, oh, it still has all those. It still has all those variables. Edit, delete unused variables. Okay. Now in the details panel, we still have dot. Why? Keycard panel. Dot. Find references by name. Get dot. No, go away. Don't want you. Back in the level. Let's do this one more time with feeling. What's the required item? It's a wrong thing. I'm still doing it wrong. I'm still doing it wrong. Interact target. This required item needs to be a class reference, not an object reference. And then so over here, we just say, hey, is the class equal to the class? Cool. Right. And then now, in the level, we say that you require a keycard, and it says something like red keycard required. And then I go here, I have an item keycard, underscore red, underscore blue. Let's get the red one. Go into the viewport, viewport static. We'll just color underscore color. Cool. Red keycard. Details requires a red keycard. Play. Main door objective is now broken. Sure. Let's just unhook it. This is from the old demo, which I no longer particularly care for. So, now when I press play, I can look at these. I can look at this, red keycard required. Okay, come over here. So, yeah, well, I have the red keycard. So I need to condition off that. Do sheep get sheep? No, sheep get lambs. What have I missed? Fa 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 nesh fa fa lam. What time are we at right now? 2:46. We'll give it another 50 minutes. Twitch says that my bitrate is bad. I'm concerned. We're probably going to raid out pretty soon, but I am going to continue. I am going to continue until this feels good. So right now we hit play, walk over here. It says the red keycard is required. It's like, okay, so I get the red keycard. It says red keycard is required. It's like, yeah, I have the red keycard. So what we can do is go to the interactable target here. Use the can interact. Start focus. If there is a required item, are you able to interact? No. Then it just shows the prompt. And if you can, it will show the click UI. It's like problem. If you don't have a grabbed component, you can't get to the owner. Keycard required. Click. And then that should go away after you've clicked. Custom event, remove UI. Also need to probably destroy held item. Variable. Interesting. Why is that static mesh? Not hidden in game, so why can't I see it? No? Right there. Right there, man. Oh wow. Another case of it being miles away from origin. Ah, yes. I completely broke the door system. So let's go activate targets. Actor. Ray. Activate API on all these actors here. Oh, come on. Get. Activate all of these. Okay, so when you interact on get controller, this. Function destroy held. All right. Yeah. I no longer have my little torch. I am sad. I have completely lost the item that was in my hand. Oh no, here it is. You come here. I'm going to need to teleport that item with me. I thought there was a piece of code that I wrote that teleports the item if it's way too far. Blueprints, items, BP item, BP hand. Oh my god, it's not connected. Of course it's not connected. Just be connected. Thank you. Yeah, I was watching. I was learning. Yeah, I appreciate people chatting. It's like I keep looking over it and being like, oh look, they're saying hello, my name is in different languages. Hello, my name is this, and I live somewhere. I did French. I did a bit of German, but I've completely forgotten all of it. And I did French for like a year or so when I was very young. So I don't remember any of it except for I do remember how to call someone a table mat in German. Du bist eine Untersetzer. And also how to ask where the swimming pool is, or the library. Où est la bibliothèque? Because everyone knows. Everyone knows that. Je m'appelle Renfarnel. J'habite une maison en Le Canada. I love doing it in a British accent as well. Je m'appelle Renfarnel. Un habite une maison. Just do it in the most obnoxious British accent I can. I want to learn French, or the Canadian version of French, because I live here, and it would make sense, probably for my kid as well, because he'll probably end up learning French. Yep. Où est la piscine? Anyway, it's pretty cool with no lights on. Got an E in French, yeah. I got a C, so not much better, honestly. It's not worth having if it ain't an A. All right, I rehooked the I rehooked some of the stuff up there. I'm gonna go to this start level and remove this. I'm going to also just go unlit SM table. You are now a shelf. Congratulations. And on this shelf is an idea that Mycelia had. Boost. Yeah. This could. One more thing today. So pick up item and interact goal. Let's do bug in the pillar room. Let's go fix it. Don't leave bugs around. Pillar room, probably room D or C. So that one. It's you. You are the problem. Okay. That. You are also a problem. That. Okay. Anomaly floor. Anomaly floor. We did do that. Disable visited rooms. Do an intro jingle settings menu. Never end an anomaly. Steam achievements. Add doors to hallways. Add a lock to the computer room on the second run. That's what we're going to do right now. M_start. This. So So hey, Capybara, it's Capi. We're talking about world travel and languages and stuff in chat right now, but also I'm building a video game to go on Steam. It's a liminal space game. This is in the wrong place. The blue key card is missing. I've just messed up a bunch of stuff that I'm trying to rectify. I'll get there. I'll get there. So this goes here. I'll show you the game if you're interested. It's not going to take me long. I'm just trying to fix the things I just broke. So replacing this here, hitting play. Actually, we're in the wrong level. Let's go level underscore dungeon. It's a dungeon generated exploration game of some description. It's a walking sim. Ultimately, it's a walking sim. So you come along this corridor, it's like, hey, a blue key card. Oh, look, there's one right here. It doesn't work. And this, again, this is part of the I just broke everything by duplicating something incorrectly. So this, activate target, this, save, level underscore dungeon. Okay, play. Here we go. Blue key card required. Sure. I'm going to use this one. Awesome. Come in here. It goes, hey, a red key card is required. Apparently it still opens anyway, so that was useless. Glass doors. Well, dungeon comes in. Is it phase 2? No. Destroy phase 2. If it is phase 2, get the door and set it to not be active. M underscore start. What's your tag? Phase 2 door. You should not be active. Glass doors. If I overlap it and it's active, open the door. Right? Are we in phase 2? Play. There's no dungeon in this level. Oh, you should just... Literally, phase 2 door right there. It does exist. Is it phase 2? If the current rooms are not empty, then it is phase 2. And if it is phase 2, we are going to do a dungeon. And it is phase 2 down here. I promise you. I'm going to do this. Hit play. Of course, despite the dungeon saying that all the rooms are loaded, they aren't. I'm going to put a little 0.1 second delay in here because it's reporting that the rooms are ready, but they're really not. In fact, it just reported that the rooms are ready again. And again, they were not ready. Anomaly loading volume. I've got some dependencies going on here with timing, which is no fun. So this is annoying. Dungeon build complete. Yeah. And then we get down here and we're supposed to do something with these doors. This delay is a problem because it's not based off of an actual event anymore. Which means depending on the speed of your machine, it's going to break, so I'm not going to keep it. I hate delays because it's just not, it's just no good. If it is phase 2, have we found a phase 2 door? No. Delay. This kind of delay is okay. Delay 0.2 seconds. Look for the phase 2 doors. If you find the phase 2 doors, go through them. This is at least a little better. I'm going to be like, did you find the thing? No. You did. Then do this. Bam, no. Click. Nice. Come over here. Red key card is required. And the door isn't opening. Wonderful. Okay, I'm gonna click it. Oh my god, I made it. Yay! Okay, so that key card needs to exist in one of the anomaly rooms, etc., etc. I'll do that later. Let's go take one last look at our teleport, just to be like, wow, look at what we did today. Getting further along with the systems. I think the features are almost, they're all there. It's all just boilerplate. It's boilerplate and design time. Tomorrow I'll more than likely make sure that the settings menu is set up, because it's just one of those boilerplate things that I'm going to need. Should really take away this arrow. Yeah, so that is teleport. And then we get no sound when we're on this end of the world, which I find really bizarre. I find that really bizarre. Yeah, it's really weird. Access none, trying to read something from the anomaly loading volume. On end overlap because I exited the game. Okay. Well, I'm done here. That's me for today. Thanks for joining, everybody. As usual, towards the end of the day, I started to get to like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 viewers yesterday. I think we were at by 6 o'clock, but I am not. I'm not going to stick around. It's been 7 hours. Bugger, bugger, bugger. Wiggity, wiggity. I might be on my Loki game dev stream later tonight. Or in half an hour, I don't know. Possibly. Working on a hack and slash platformer, so if that interests you, come and join. Otherwise, you guys are welcome to hang around in the offline chat. So what have you been talking about here? What's the stick? What is the shtick? We got Capybara Escapee just jumped in and left, I think. Didn't stick around. We're talking about electricianing. We're talking about school. We're talking about grades. I'm talking about synergy. I'm talking about bottom lines. I'm talking about soldering. I'm talking about a lot of things. Alrighty. Close that bad boy down. Should really set up a GitHub. Let's go set up a GitHub. I don't think I've signed in to GitHub on this machine. I am going to need to do that. Oh, birds. Oh, apparently I'm already offline. Right, catch you all in the morrow. Have a good one.